welcome in once again, everybody, here for another round of the Stock Car Championship Series, live from Le Mans, France. 4 hours set for you here in the endurance race, first of the season. See if it shakes things up along with double points in the Twin Checkered Challenge. Halfway point of the year. Kyle Busch, your current points leader by nearly a full race. You could take a race off and probably still be your championship leader. So these drivers behind him, second on back, really need to take advantage of this race and try to close that gap. Could potentially even pass him up here with the double points. We'll see what happens. Tony Stewart, Jimmie Johnson, Kyle Larson, and Richard Petty as your remaining top 5 of the points. This is our practice session, which is already more than halfway over, and we don't have any laps on the board. A long track here, over 8 miles. Connie car is just on their installation laps. See if anybody gets around and puts a fast lap in. We have a few cars that might get at least 1 or 2. But after practice, we'll head into 4 laps of qualifying, which should give the drivers 2 opportunities at the pole position. Still just following along with Kyle Busch on his installation lap. Looking pretty smooth. 8 a.m. local time. I should say 8:09. Qualifying take place at 9 a.m. and the race itself at 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So here comes Kyle Busch, cross the line, get his first lap down here at Le Mans. See if he decides to even complete the lap. A lot of drivers may just be trying to get a gauge on how their car is handling. Not give anything away before this qualifying, which will be very important. Track position will be massive here. Very hard to pass in these cars. Get the draft and then to pull alongside, just hard to keep the position, especially in the chicanes. Something we noticed in the practice race we did have was a very close race as well, so that's something to look forward to. It wasn't a runaway. We had probably about 5 drivers all within 10 seconds the entire race into the finish line. So I do expect a lot of excitement here today, and it's really going to come down to pit stops and who manages the best and gets out quicker. Still no laps to speak of on the leaderboard. Everyone's still coming around for the first lap. Kyle Busch has a ton of draft right now off Davey Allison, but probably will get held up when he gets to the slower parts of this track. Davey Allison just not quite as quick as the 18 this season, which not many people are. Great shot of this long straightaway, gives you a perspective of just how long you're full throttle through that whole back end part of the track. So just still can't make the pass though. Something to certainly keep an eye on. This is the car that's not even on the same pace, you know, so when we get to lap traffic potentially could be an issue for the leaders. Got one lap on there, or now 2 laps. Cale Yarbrough quickest by quite a substantial margin over Neil Bonnet. Jimmie Johnson comes across now even quicker by a second and a half. A huge disparity right now at the top of the charts. Just under 2.5 minutes now in practice, so these will be the only laps. We'll see. We will advance the session at 14:30. The extra lap being run. Kyle Busch really being held up here like we anticipated. Hendrick both at 3-minute 54 laps, so looking quick. Earnhardt Sr. comes across quicker though. Now do these guys decide to finish their lap? Kyle abandons it. See that pit lane entrance. Very tricky. So also something to keep an eye on. You see a lot of cars get loose here through the chicane. And it could really mess up their exit for that lap. Bobby Allison crossing the line. Second quickest. So Earnhardt quickest overall. Let's see on the back stretch now. Right behind Martin Truex Jr. He was 11th quick. See, Earnhardt even had to lift there. Interesting. Heading into qualifying, Earnhardt Sr. quickest overall by just about 700ths of a second. And then 2/10 back to Jimmie Johnson. Another 2 back to Jeff Gordon. Earnhardt making a pass. It can be done. We're going to go ahead and advance our session. Oh, Tony Stewart. There goes Kyle Larson. A lot of cars crossing quicker here right at the end. It's fine, Kyle Larson. Right at 14:30, we'll move on to our qualifying. Larson quickest overall. So we'll stay with him for the first lap at least of qualifying. And then anybody happens to go quicker than Larson, we will move to their lap. Again, qualifying taking place here at 9 a.m. local time. And there's Kyle Larson not having to run the full installation lap, fortunately for us. See the Valvoline number 5, 4th in points currently. 85 out of the lead with double points on the line. Larson needs a good day. Cross the line for the first lap. Be interesting to see what some of these drivers do if they go back-to-back 2 laps or 1 and then pit and then try to get 1 more at the end. Qualifying be vitally important, as well as obviously with that comes pit box selection, and then the pit stops, as we mentioned during warm-up, will be super important. We saw it in the practice race. Saw a few mechanical issues in that practice race as well. We'll have to keep an eye out for. We had cars overheating. We did have cars running out of gas, stalling on track. So getting that tow back to the pit lane takes a while, but despite the length it takes to get towed back, only losing a lap really with how long it takes the actual car to go around here. Larson looking good, pretty good so far. Pretty straightforward down this back part of the track. It's the curves pretty good through the last chicane into This last straight until the hairpin. Mulsanne hairpin, now long straightaway again till we get to Indianapolis. Very quick left-hander, hard to do with these cars under braking. Easy to get loose and crossed up right at this section. Larson handles it very well, hits the apex perfectly. Haven't seen a mistake yet from the 5 car. Looks like he might be able to back up that practice lap he put in. Don't really have much of a gauge on anyone else on track at the moment. But a few more corners till we get to the front stretch and we'll know where everybody lines up, at least provisionally, on lap 1. And then who decides to finish lap 2 or come back down pit lane and get one more for lap 4. Last set of slow chicanes here. To the line. Get the power down. Larson crosses. Currently third. Earnhardt Sr., who was at one point quickest overall, backs it up in qualifying with a fast lap of 3 minutes 55 seconds. 0.513. It's 1/10 quicker than Larson, who's in third. Who's second, though? Your points leader, Kyle Busch. Cannot get rid of him. It looks like he'll be starting up front here today. And that spells trouble for the rest of this roster. Nobody can beat Kyle Busch. Starts to put doubts in the drivers' minds as to what will it take for me to have to beat this guy if he's always up front. Even when you have a good day, it seems like you can't capitalize. But Earnhardt having a pretty good year, 10th in points. He's got 1 win on the season. He'd have a bit of a lull through about the quarter point of the year. DNF last week. So looking to get back on track. Charlotte Oval was not kind to Dale Earnhardt like the Indianapolis Oval was. He was able to put together a pretty good back-to-back with the Roval and the Oval at Indy. Just did not come to fruition in Charlotte. Here at Le Mans, though, still P1 as we're about halfway through this second lap. Check something here. It looks like one of our guys, Earnhardt Jr., might have had a problem on his lap. So he's well off the pace at the moment. Might have spun in one of the chicanes there on the backstretch. Hard on the brakes, glowing into Indianapolis. Well done by Earnhardt. This lap will be quicker, so interesting to see if everyone decides to follow through and finish this lap. taking a look at the leaderboard, see if anybody is starting a little further back than maybe they'd hope, and if they need to improve on this lap. You know, Bill Elliott, Darrell Waltrip, those guys probably hoping to be a little closer to 10 to 15. See what they can put together here in the next couple corners. Earnhardt Jr. probably going to remain 29th if he doesn't get passed up by a few more here. But not seeing many cars to the back that are out of the ordinary. And Earnhardt's going to finish this lap, so that's big. Through the final set of corners. Here comes the number 3 Good Wrench to the finish line. This should be it for qualifying. I don't think we'll complete a third lap, but Richard Petty now goes quickest. 3 minutes 54 seconds, .086. Jeff Gordon will be second, Cale Yarborough third, Jimmie Johnson, and then Dale Earnhardt. Kyle Larson, Kyle Busch now, he's 7th, dropped way back. Bobby Allison, Tony Stewart, and Joey Logano. That's your top 10. Stick with it here, see if Petty does decide to go for the third lap. Earnhardt Jr. fell back to 36. Big hit for him. Harvick a bit further back. Richard Petty looking pretty good though. Almost 3/10. It's really, they say, quarter of a second. Does have one other pole position on the year. 5th in points. Is able to get pole at Mid-Ohio. So yeah, not similar in, you know, the sense of the track itself, but it is a road course, and it seems like Richard Petty's found a little extra speed when turning right. Another great corner for the 43. Interested to see now, do we get drivers complete this lap and still go quicker? I believe Earnhardt could be going quicker right now. He's having a flyer if I'm reading this time right. Will we see anyone under 3 minutes 54 seconds? I think it's possible, provided they complete the lap. The Porsche curves up ahead for these heavy stock cars just swinging side to side. Fuel flying back and forth. Nice set of corners for the 43. He's going to get a good exit here. His hands really moving on the inside of the cockpit. 2 more sets of corners here before... Oh, Petty's coming in. Does Earnhardt complete the lap? I don't think he did. Yeah, everybody in. Maybe a couple cars staying out. Tony Stewart and Logano. Do they improve? Does not seem like they did. So Richard Petty going to be on pole position here at Le Mans in a standing start as well. That wasn't mentioned already. That will be another exciting element to this race. But great job by Richard Petty starting on pole. Jeff Gordon, Kyle Yarbrough, Jimmie Johnson, Earnhardt Sr., your top 5, Larson, Busch, Kyle Busch, Bobby Allison, Tony Stewart, and Logano, your top 10. We'll go ahead and advance to the race session, as this lap is not going to matter for the 43. We have quite a field here to sort through the start. We have the flyover taking place. Here at Le Mans, the flyover. Nice added touch to this track. And back here to the action on track. Here is your starting lineup for the 4 hours of Le Mans in the Stock Car Championship Series. Here's your pole sitter, Richard Petty, alongside Jeff Gordon, Kyle Yarbrough, and Jimmie Johnson on that second row. Earnhardt Sr., Kyle Larson, and you got Kyle Busch and Bobby Allison, Tony Stewart, and Joey Logano. As we go through the remainder of the 40 entries here in the Stock Car Championship Series, see where your favorite driver is starting. There is the opportunity to move through the field. We saw that in the practice race. Some drivers up as many as 10 to 12 spots. So, provided we don't have any cautions here today, you could see some cars make some big moves on their own. Will be difficult, but it can happen. Harvick back here a bit further than he'd like, as well as Rusty Wallace, Bill Elliott, Kurt Busch. These guys are going to be coming to the front. We got one of our winners back here. Looks like from Chicago. That is Brad Keselowski, starting pretty far back. The Labonte brothers, about 30th starting position. See Biffle got his car pointed straight there through the starting grid. And back here we don't have actual starting blocks, but everyone lined up pretty well. Rounding out the field, there's Earnhardt Jr. had his problem in qualifying. See if he can make up some spots. And at the tail end on the final row, Neil Bonnet and Clint Bowyer gonna be the 40th car on the starting grid. We're about to get these lights warmed up and underway. Cars are ready. Cars, there we go, green flag in the air. Richard Petty gets away, but looks like a good start for Jeff Gordon. He's on the inside. Kyle Yarbrough's alongside as well. Into turn one, side by side. Richard Petty in the gravel even. Really driving hard here into one. Who's going to come out with the lead? Very crucial here at Le Mans. Petty and Gordon still side by side under the Dunlop Bridge here through these S's. Gordon's going to come out ahead. Earnhardt looking on the inside of Kyle Yarbrough. Now going to be on the outside of this next corner. Earnhardt gets by for third. That's your top three. great start all through the field here. Stock Car Championship Series, 4 hours here at Le Mans, ready to go. Just getting underway. See Gord taking the defensive line on Richard Petty, who's your pole sitter, lost the lead there in the first set of corners. Gord looking strong early on. Whole field winds its way back onto this long stretch. Single file. Some cars might try to poke out, but as soon as you do, it's like a parachute. Gordon leads him into the second chicane. Starting to open up a bit, about 3/10 to Richard Petty. Top 3 pulling away. Kyle Busch in the background. He gained a couple spots on that start. See if Richard Petty can do anything with Gordon. Looks like close back up here into the hairpin. Everyone clean so far, no off tracks yet. Petty all over Gordon here into Indianapolis. He is hunting the rear bumper. Now the outside of the 24. Trying the crossover maybe. Doesn't quite have the momentum though. Seen a lot of single file now. Rusty Wallace looks like he's gained a few spots. Making a few moves to the inside on each of these sharp right-handers and left-handers. And 90 degrees. Send the car up the inside. On board with Jeff Gordon here. About to complete the first lap here today at Le Mans. We should see about 60 laps completed in total. Maybe 55 to 60 if we have any cautions. Pulling away down the front stretch. Richard Petty trying to keep in tow with the 24. Now, Cale Yarborough closing up a bit, making it a 4-car race at the front. Back on board with Richard Petty. Down this long straightaway yet again. The ever-famous Mulsanne straight. Looks like Earnhardt's looking a bit on Richard Petty. Not going to go for it, but he's close enough. And Cale Yarborough's really got the gap back down here for the top 3 to make it a 4-car battle up front. Then you got Jimmie Johnson, Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson, and Tony Stewart, the next 4-car train. Bobby Allison and Logano round out your top 10. Gordon continues with his defensive line. He knows got to be slowing him down. Kyle Larson might have been taking a look there on Kyle Busch, but instead, looks like maybe Tony Stewart gonna make a move. Let's see here. Stewart inside Larson into this hairpin. Gets it done. Tony Stewart +1 position. And Richard Petty now right in the rear tire tracks of Jeff Gordon. He was very close at the moment. Gordon using a lot of tires, being this defensive as well. Looks like he's going a little slower through the corners, but the sharper angle just wears the rubber off. It shears it like a knife. Jimmie Johnson breaking away from that other 4-car pack and trying to make it a 5-car battle at the front. Seems though Gordon might be losing pace a bit and holding the field up. But as long as you're out front, you keep going and do not look in that rear view mirror. Should give us a really good idea where everybody's at. Kenseth gets a little wide, holds a spot though. Cars are gonna really be fishtailing out of these chicades and we'll get later in the race. Earnhardt Jr. is still pretty far back in the field. Has not been able to make up the spots like he has wanted to. Stewart working on Kyle Busch now. Looks like Stewart has a pretty fast car. Shot as they accelerate onto the Mulsanne straight. No incidents yet. Great driving out here by all of the Stock Car Championship Series regulars. Work Kyle Larson, but the top 5 now making their own headway and pulling away as the cars behind them have formed another 5-car pack in their own. 5 and 5 make up the top 10. See on board with Earnhardt Sr. He's looking inside on Richard Petty. Petty was staying wide with Gordon going defensive. It almost opens the door. It's tempting. You know, Earnhardt's just maybe feeling things out at this point. So very early in this 4-hour race, now hitting 10 minutes. Kelly Yarbrough now. He's putting the pressure on. First, but just can't get there by the time they hit that kink in the straightaway. Maybe he's alongside, he can outbrake on the outside into this corner. I think there would probably be contact. Tough place to make something happen. Yeah, Kyle Busch and Tony Stewart still going at it. Should see pit stops around lap 6 to 8. Currently quickest lap after lap 2 was Jimmie Johnson, 3 minutes 55 seconds, .878. Now we have another lap with the tires up to temperature. Let's see if anybody goes quicker still. The traffic that Kyle Busch is Gordon is creating, I don't know if anyone will go much quicker. Yeah. Since everyone got their quickest lap there on lap 2. Take a shot here of field. Making our way through these first set of corners before the Dunlop Bridge. Get a better idea where everyone's running now as we hit lap 4 of this race. Over 10 minutes in. We're starting to see the field spread out. New car at the back. That's Ernie Irvin falling back to 40th. Earnhardt Sr. looking low. Not quite there though. He was close. Larson making a move on Stewart. He did. Gets a spot back, and Bobby Allison even looking high, but Stewart's going to block that off. Big moment there. So cars starting to lose a bit of tire, and could be the reason Stewart lost a bit of ground and allowed Larson back by. Stewart in trouble losing another spot to Bobby Allison as they make their way at the end of this straightaway to Mulsanne hairpin. It looks like Bobby Allison will get it. Making the pass on the outside. Side by side now. 12 into 20. It's going to get pretty spicy in a second as they hit Indianapolis side by side. Who's going to give? Somehow they made it. And Bobby Allison is going to complete the pass. Stewart back to 9th now. So who we thought maybe had the most speed early on, now back to 9th. And Earnhardt Sr. now on board behind Richard Petty and Jeff Gordon. Battle for the lead remains extremely close. Gordon just doing what he can to hold him off. Meet his fuel number. Kyle Busch, now that he's by Tony Stewart, really closing in on this top 5. Mr. Points leader. Gonna make it very interesting right before pit stops if he can get close. Still about 2 seconds off Jimmie Johnson, 1.8, as they get to this last corner on the straightaway. That's time by 3:57.007 for Kyle Busch, 3/10 quicker than Jimmie. Earnhardt Sr. looking low. Is he going to try to make this happen now with the drafted Jeff Gordon up ahead? He's got the position on Richard Petty. For second here, Earnhardt and Petty side by side. Jimmie Johnson's going for fourth. 2 by 2, second through fifth. Meanwhile, Jeff Gordon looks in his mirrors and loves what he sees. To an extent, though. You know he's worried if Earnhardt gets by that Earnhardt could probably do the same thing to him. Jimmie Johnson's desperate to get by Yarborough. Oh, and look at that. Spots remain the same after it's all said and done. Earnhardt couldn't complete it. Neither could Jimmie. That's got to be frustrating. Looks like got a car here. A little bit of trouble. Denny Hamlin finds himself back in 29th now. Let's see. Hamlin gets run into by Pearson and goes around. And just has to wait. Tough break for Hamlin. Back up front. Trying to close the gap again now to Gordon, which is up to 1.5 seconds since the spin. Or not the spin, the side-by-side for second. Just how much ground you lose by battling for a spot like that. But Gordon needed that, as he had been having his rear view mirror filled up for the whole first 4 laps of this race. He can get a gap before these pit stops. That would be huge for him. Petty could actually use a bit of a gap himself, as he doesn't want to get held up on his stop. Lose more positions. Petty's right behind Gordon. He's in a bit of trouble when it comes to the pit stops. Here comes Jeff Gordon. Looks like everybody should still be staying out. Just keep the camera for a moment, though. Everybody's still staying out on track. Gordon continues to lead as we come up the hill here at Le Mans. Not quite 24 hours, but doing 4 hours of our own in the Stock Car Championship Series. Field makes their way down the front stretch. Just hitting the 20-minute mark on lap 6 early on. Gordon has led every lap so far. And Bubba Wallace looks like he may have had an issue, finding himself now further back. Let's see. Look at Bubba. Oh, he's here in the final corner. Comes out wide, and we talked about it, how it can happen. He was towards the back of the field, but this will put him at the very end of the field. Now you got Cale Yarborough going low on Earnhardt. He thinks better, backs out. Gap 2 seconds to Gordon. So Gordon actually pulling away now. Top 10 cars all pulled away on their own. Gordon, though, pulling away more than any of them. Leading significantly early on. Waiting our first pit stops. Could be this lap. Just have to wait and see who makes the first call. We didn't really notice any advantage to the undercut or overcut here. It's really just it comes down to the pit stop. And if you can get out in front of your competitor before the Dunlop bridge, then you're going to stay out in front. All you gotta do is beat him out those first 2 corners. That spot's really yours for the foreseeable future. See what happens here? You just get stuck behind and nowhere to go if you're Dale Earnhardt, Cale Yarborough, Jimmie Johnson, Kyle Busch. These guys are just a log jam behind Richard Petty. And you know they're quicker. It's just not quicker enough. Great shot here. Most of the top 10, all except the leader, coming through these corners together. Petty now 2.7 off of Gordon, who has really just made up a huge lead since he had the battle for position. Does anybody come in this time? Nobody in the top 10. Let's check the top 20. Everybody's staying out. Tires must be to their liking. Take a look here. 67 degrees. Very nice day. Track temp only 78 with the winds at 4 miles per hour. Perfect day here in Le Mans. Just nowhere to go to get around this 43 STP. I'm sure a lot of these drivers are asking the crew chiefs just to be aware of when the 43 is pitting so they can maneuver around and pass under pit stops. Cale Yarborough to the inside. He's there. On the right rear of Earnhardt. Does he have enough to get around, though, in the chicane? Nope. Actually backed out early. Jimmie Johnson gets to the inside, but that's not going to work. And so Kyle Busch now with the run. Just a whole chain of events there. Just ripple effect through the whole top 10. Jimmie Johnson's going to lose a spot to Kyle Busch. Busch up to 5th. It's almost inevitable that he will be at the front at some point. Already up to the top 5 here. There's the gap. First to second. Earnhardt still trying to find a way around the 43. That is 2nd through 10th. Nose to tail here. 26 minutes into this 4-hour race. Meanwhile, Jeff Gordon pulling away. Setting a pretty solid pace up front. To go quite a ways back to 11th, though. Find Darrell Waltrip. Field really breaking up almost into quarters at the moment. I imagine we will see pit stops here this time. If we don't, I'd be pretty surprised, but temperature is really working into these drivers' advantage. Oh, Earnhardt to the inside of Richard Petty. Not a common passing zone, I would say. Petty really struggling now, though, it seems. As Cale Yarborough closes up, Petty trying to get the rubber off his tires and just find his rhythm again. Cale looking to pass. Let's see what Gordon does. First car in line. Sets the standard for really everyone else. Everybody's staying out. Oh, it looks like one car came. Let's see if we can find out who that was here in a moment. Oh, Bobby Allison down pit lane. The first of the leaders. Let's see how it works out. He's stuck in a lot of traffic. You know, new pit stops are coming. Might as well take the chance. Now that Earnhardt's by Richard Petty, though, can he start to close that gap to Jeff Gordon, which has now gone up to 4.5 seconds? Not so much nose to tail at the front anymore. Earnhardt's been able to pull away a bit down this straightaway. Petty, though, got a good exit and is causing Earnhardt to defend the position. Nice corner for the 3. It gets a good exit, and Petty follows suit. Didn't have many cars pit. I don't know, maybe Bobby Allison was even the only one. Earnhardt should start to pull away once they get past the Wilson hairpin and down through a lot of the S's. Where it seems Richard Petty is starting to struggle, especially on these older tires. It is expected, so it's something that he needs to relay to his crew chief and they can get addressed for this pit stop. Just past 30 minutes in the first hour here at Le Mans. Richard Petty now losing the draft and really closing up on Earnhardt. Bit surprised by the pace the 43 is showing suddenly. This time by, we're going to see a lot of cars. A lot of cars making their way down pit lane. Specify that. Just want to see if Earnhardt can open up this gap at all through these corners. He really does. By about 3/10, just like that. Here comes Gordon. Pit lane for the 24. Earnhardt staying out. Jimmie Johnson, the only other car to stay out with Earnhardt. So here we are. Excuse me with the camera work there, but okay. So give us an idea who's on pit lane, who stays out. Kenseth and Pearson, they're making their way. There's Hamlin looking for Bobby Allison also. He is one that did pit already. Back here with Harry Gant. See if we can find Richard Petty real quick. Coming out of pit lane. Still ahead. Gordon's going to be your leader. There comes Richard Petty. Trying to navigate some of this lap traffic. Bobby Allison coming out. Yeah, did not gain anything for Bobby Allison. Like he maybe could get Kyle Larson at best, but really not worth what he got in return. Back to the front. Earnhardt Sr. clear track. It's got Jimmie Johnson behind him. Quite a good amount. Jimmie could actually make us some spots here. Jeff Gordon now coming down that hill. See the rest of the leaders. Richard Petty's there. Jimmie with the quickest lap of the race. We know he's got speed. If he can get up to Earnhardt by the time they pit, he could potentially be out of here in the top 3 maybe. And then it comes down to Jeff Gordon, who, I mean, I don't think anybody can really beat him off of pit lane with the speed he was showing, but if anybody could get around Richard Petty, you know, then start to make headway that way, that's going to be the way to do it. Make up some ground, I should say. So Earnhardt, Jimmie Johnson, looking for pit lane this time by Mark Martin, Rusty Wallace, and Kevin Harvick. That's your current top 5, all who have not yet pit. Then you got Kurt Busch, Bill Elliott. Also got Dale Jarrett, Carl Edwards, and Chase Elliott. That's your top 10. Go back quite a ways to find Jeff Gordon in 17. Here we go. Leader is gonna pit. Earnhardt and Jimmie Johnson. What are they gonna do when they get out of the pit lane? Where will they cycle out? Gordon, ton of speed. I don't even think it's worth trying to compare there. Richard Petty is going to be the best gauge as to where Earnhardt and Jimmie Johnson get out. Also saw Bobby Allison short pitting did not work. Petty closing up on Michael Waltrip very quickly. See if Waltrip hits pit lane. Looks like he will, so that's good news for Richard Petty. Meanwhile, Rudd stays out, which is going to kill Guys like Kyle Yarbrough. Now here's Richard. Onto the front stretch. I do see Jimmie up ahead. I don't know that Richard's quick enough to get there. Oh, he got by Jimmie Johnson. Does not get to Earnhardt, though. Earnhardt's out ahead. There's Jimmie Johnson. Kyle Yarbrough still trying to work with Ricky Rudd. Through the inside here, through the Dunlop Bridge. Can't get there. So Earnhardt Sr. gonna be your second place car as Jeff Gordon's up the road by 4 seconds. Kozlowski's still to pit. Battle for second continues with Earnhardt and Richard. Let's see. Further back, can Kyle Yarbrough get by Ricky Rudd under braking? Nope. Kyle Busch, though, looking on Kale. That's not what he needs. Losing a lot of time as a fight here behind the 10 car. Oh, looks like, yep, the 6 is out. Couple cars out. Try to stretch it too far. So back to the front is Jeff Gordon. Then you got Earnhardt and Richard Petty for second. Jimmie Johnson, he's got a good gap. No real challenge from behind. They just focus on trying to catch Earnhardt and Richard Petty. Richard Petty just trying what he can to get by Earnhardt. He's got 1 lap older tires, but at the same time they're a bit more maybe at optimal level for the 43. It's just not working out the way he had hoped, though. Seems like Richard has a really fast short run car here, but then Earnhardt really comes in at the end, so that's when he was able to get by Petty. So see if maybe 3 laps from now, if Earnhardt's starting to shrink that gap to the lead, which is now at 5.2 seconds. Still no real incidents to speak of. No cars have wrecked. Got 1 pit stop in the books. See if we get any quicker fast laps this time around now that we don't have as much traffic. I think we'll see some very quick lap times. Petty still focused on Earnhardt, who takes that defensive line again. Just so much speed being scrubbed off. Stay here as the rest of the field will come by, and you can see where your favorite driver's running as we're 40 minutes into the 4-hour race at Le Mans. Double points again being awarded here today. Second race of the 4-race Twin Checkered Challenge. First leg at Indianapolis won by Kyle Larson. Looking to back that up here today and maximize points for the 5 team. Looks like very spread out towards the back of the field. But racing hard here for these final few spots. Every point matters. Sounds cliche, but it's true. Jeff Gordon continues to lead by 4.8 seconds over Earnhardt and Richard Petty. This is the 11th lap of the race. We mentioned will probably be around 60 laps, at least say 55 to 60. Like Keselowski, yeah, he's on pit lane after getting towed back. He'll get back on track now. Maybe not the worst way for that to go for the 6 car. Did not lose a lap. Petty continues his pursuit of Earnhardt Sr. for a second. Just cannot find a way by, though. And then it's like, once you get by, you start running the defensive line, and it provides the same opportunity for the guy you just made the pass on. So it's a catch-22 almost for these lead drivers when you do make a pass. Oh, looks like Petty's got a lot of momentum, though, here. Coming into these Porsche curves. Are they Porsche curves or Corvette curves? Side by side, though. I don't know if there's enough room. Earnhardt allows Petty by on the outside, reluctantly. Now the Porsche curves. Here's the Corvette curves. And to the Ford chicane, so not too confusing. Big pass, though, for the 43. Back to second. These guys have been switching it back and forth. Seems quite often this has been a battle for second for most of the day. Gordon just focused on what's ahead of it. Well up the track. 6 seconds now. Seems Petty's got to be able to take a routine line through 2 and 3. Put the number 3 behind him a bit would be extremely helpful. Nice corner there. Gets a bit of a gap. Earnhardt staying close. Not going to let him get away. The draft does come into effect. Let's drop back a bit. There's Tony Stewart looking for 5th place on Cale Yarborough. This is 5th through 10th, all running nose to tail. Top 5 pretty spread out. 5th through 10th, or I should say top 4 pretty spread out. 5th through 10th, pretty close. Jimmie Johnson, again, just kind of sitting back here watching Earnhardt and Richard Petty from 4th. Still with the quickest lap of the race, 3 minutes 55 seconds, .878. The whole field spanning the Mulsanne straight at the moment, to give you an idea where first to last is, spanning the entire straightaway with the chicanes. And we are just past 45 minutes now, closing in on the quarter point of the race, 1 hour mark. Earnhardt just got passed by Richard Petty on the last lap. Was trying to return the favor rather quickly. This was where it happened in the next set of quarters. See if Earnhardt can get the run he needs. Take a look from our blimp cam while we have these guys close. Earnhardt's looking. Not quite there, though. You see Johnson close up. This is second through fourth. About 7 seconds now off the lead. Gordon just pulling away. It seemed like Gordon was going to have some trouble keeping these guys back at the beginning of the race. It was the first, say, at least 6 laps that Gordon was having trouble, 20 minutes or so. And it wasn't until Petty and Earnhardt started to mix it up for second that Gordon was able to put that distance between himself and the remainder of the top 5. Look at this, though. Flawless. 3 minutes 57. He's a second quicker. It's unbelievable. Once again, down the long Mulsanne straight. Look a little further back and you see Tony Stewart checking where to get by Cale Yarborough, but Cale's blocking pretty hard. I thought Stewart was going to send him through the sand trap there. Stewart thinks better of it. Back to the battle for second, and you see Johnson going for third now on Earnhardt. Can he potentially get by Earnhardt and then make the pass to get by Richard Petty? Earnhardt's going to have the preferred line and will stay in front of Jimmie Johnson. Holds off the challenge. Just about 11 a.m. local time here at Le Mans. Track starting to warm up a bit more. But very nice day in the upper 60s ambient wise. Jeff Gordon's dominance continues here. Just pulling away now at 7.7 seconds. It's almost shocking how much quicker he is. On board with Dale Earnhardt through the Porsche curves and heading up here the Michelin Bridge into some Corvette curves. And one more quick right left into the Ford chicane. Wow, Earnhardt really loose there. There's your second through fourth and the remainder of the top 10 making their way down the front straightaway. Jeff Gordon has completely checked out. Let's see, 358.9 for Earnhardt. Earnhardt, 357.8 for Richard Petty. 357.4 for Gordon. So he's a half second even on Petty's good lap. And he's pulling away from Earnhardt now. Earnhardt maybe had a bit of trouble there dealing with Jimmie Johnson. Just not quite close enough. Johnson can't get alongside Earnhardt. Stays in fourth, right close there as they hit the exit of this next chicane. He could be pretty close. No, just quite the bite he needed off the corner. Earnhardt will be to the inside, but yeah, Johnson's just not close enough to make it worth his while. Cale Yarborough continues in fifth. Earnhardt definitely losing pace at this point. So Jimmie Johnson showing the urgency, not just because he's overall quicker, he's just all over his rear bumper and there's nothing else he can really do about it. But he knows that pack of 6 cars are getting closer now. 2 seconds or 3 seconds back is all Cale Yarborough is. And they get close quickly here at Le Mans. A lot of heavy braking. Into Indy. Looking to the outside, getting a better line. Has to check up a bit even. Got such a good run through the middle of that corner. See what Jimmie does on exit. Earnhardt locked him up. Gordon continuing around in the lead. Richard Petty's knocked a bit of time off the gap in this lap, it seems. I think about half a second even. Excuse me. There's Tony Stewart. I thought he was making a move on Cale Yarborough before I started hitting all the wrong buttons there. Stewart looking. Oh, I thought we saw Petty coming down pit lane for a second. Let's catch the field as they come by. That's your top 10. Everyone else here, 11th on back. So that's Darrell Waltrip. You got Kowicki. Looks like Mark Martin, yeah. Kenseth and Kurt Busch. It's a good run. Hamlin's still pretty far back here, having a tough time getting around anyone. Looks like this is Earnhardt Jr. after his bad qualifying run. Not able to make up too much time yet, but maybe up to 30th or so. There's Bubba Wallace. He had trouble. Went back to last at one point. We got Michael Waltrip, Ernie Irvin. That is the whole field. Gordon out front, 7.2 seconds the gap. Was 0.3 slower than second place Richard Petty that time by. Not a significant margin considering the current gap in between the two, but it's close. Something to keep an eye on. Right about the 1/4 point of this race. We mentioned the race could be about 60 laps long, and we're at 15. Also, we're coming right up on the 1 hour mark as we are finishing up our 15th lap, so almost right on track here. Back up front with your leader, the 24. Jeff Gordon, he's dominated here, led every lap. I almost feel like this should be measured in a matter of minutes in the lead rather than laps out front. He's just not going to get the credit he deserves. Dominating this race. Not quite pulling away like he was when Petty and Dale Sr. were really going at it. Let's see if he can maintain this lead as we close in on our second pit stops as well. Not only the 1/4 point of the race, but our second stops looming. Gordon bypasses. What does Richard Petty do? Staying out, as does Earnhardt and Jimmie Johnson. Let's go a little further back here. Something I'm noticing. Where's our 20 car? Tony Stewart, did he have an incident? Here in the chicanes, gets into it with Joey Logano and into the fence. Wow, big moment. Bobby Allison on pit lane. Looks like the 20 car might be a little crick sideways. There's your points leader, Kyle Busch. Nobody in front of him. This is his time to really make up some gaps and positions potentially. But pit stops underway right at the 1 hour mark. Earnhardt and Jimmie Johnson, closest battle here in the front of the field. Could see both of them pit here on this next lap or two. From Jimmie Johnson, I might do whatever Earnhardt doesn't do. So if he stays out this time by, come in now. Or if he pits this time, come in the next lap. Gap remains the same up front, about 7 to 7.5 seconds between Jeff Gordon and Richard Petty. Gordon already getting through the chicane below our broadcast camera, but Richard Petty enters in shortly after. Seconds now back to Earnhardt, which he's loving that. Wasn't just putting a gap and then have it close back up. He's able to maintain it and pull away. Here's Jeff Gordon. Back again to Petty. Third and fourth. Cale Yarborough here in fifth, closing up on the top four even. Here's Jeff Gordon now into Indianapolis. I imagine we'll see the 24 car on pit lane this time by. Not for certain, but just add up and avoid any potential going over his fuel limit. We saw Keselowski actually run out, as did Ricky Rudd on that last set of stops. Last set of corners before you make that important decision, pit or not to pit. Here we go. Almost like a choose cone here. Here he comes down pit lane. 24 car, Jeff Gordon on lap 16 into 17 hits the pits. But Petty stays out, as does Earnhardt and Jimmie Johnson, Cale Yarborough. So the only car in the top 5 to pit is Jeff Gordon. And I'm seeing, except for Tony Stewart, so we had 2 cars in the top 10 pit. Pretty surprising, honestly. Stewart and Gordon, 1st and 10th. Only 2 in the top 10 to stop. Jimmie Johnson, Earnhardt continue to battle it out. Stretch it one more lap than the leader. It was about 7.5 seconds at the time, and Gordon exited to pit lane. See how the 24 is doing. Rejoining the field. He's in a good spot here. Doesn't look like he'll be held up too much by Kevin Harvick, who's able to get a bit of a gap, and Gordon's tires get up to temperature. Pretty good situation there for the 24. Richard Petty continues to pull away from these 2. Yeah, 4 seconds now, the gap between 1st and 2nd. And at one point, they were battling neck and neck. Earnhardt has fallen back. Just lost touch with Richard Petty. And Jimmie Johnson, in the meanwhile, has just been looking for any which way to get by. Kyle Busch still back there. He's holding off Larson and Logano. Has not been able to make up much ground on Cale. we should see the remainder of the top 10 down pit lane this time by. I would be surprised if anybody won an extra lap. I think it could be done, but I don't know if it's worth that risk. Follow with the leader, Richard Petty. Make sure he does actually pit. So if he doesn't, it's going to be very interesting. Into the Corvette curves. And no doubt, Richard Petty hits pit lane. Here comes Earnhardt and Jimmie Johnson. Jimmie stays out. Here's Kyle Busch, Larson, and Logano. They're all in. Oh my. Jimmie Johnson better hope he has enough fuel, or he may have just thrown this whole thing away. Gordon, behind a huge pack of cars, has certainly lost a lot of time here and continues to lose time as 3 cars in front of him has stayed out. How will this play out for the leader? He's still going to come out in front of Richard Petty, but I think the gap will be significantly less. Yeah, we're looking at about 5 seconds from 7. Huge advantage to Richard Petty there on that set of stops. Keep an eye on the leader. It's Jimmie Johnson, one of very few cars that stayed out. Jimmie Johnson, Rusty Wallace, Kurt Busch, Kevin Harvick. See the rest of them show up in just a moment in the rear view. See them all back there. Gordon actually getting by Kevin Harvick as we speak. It looks like Jimmie should have enough to make it. Knock on wood. And this could pay off later in this race. This guy's holding up Gordon big time. Jimmie Johnson loving every minute of it, though, knowing that his strategy is really just coming full circle here. Stretching the fuel mileage and going quicker than the leader on fresh tires. Cannot get much better, and if he can somehow get out in front of Richard Petty, Jimmie could be the biggest threat to Jeff Gordon for the remainder of this race, which, by the way, we are only 1/4 of the way through. Pretty clean so far regarding incidents, not too many to speak of. Although, as I say that, it looks like we do have... may have just had something with our 29th place car. Mr. Kyle Petty. Let's go back a lap. Looks like he's okay. Back to the lead. See, Jimmie Johnson, I'm sure he'll make it. He's absolutely has to pit here. No choice in the matter. And he's gonna pit. Made it. Kurt Busch, Rusty Wallace, Kevin Harvick. These three coming up on pit lane themselves. What has this done for Jeff Gordon? So, surprisingly, Richard has not got the gap down much more. Even with being held up as much as he has here, Gordon hasn't been all terrible. But Rusty Wallace, I think, is staying out. He's going to run out of gas. Guaranteed. Not a good call for the 2 team to keep him out one more lap. I don't know if he just couldn't get to pit lane. But this is going to be pretty bad for his chances. Here comes Jimmie Johnson back on track, trying to stay out in front of Earnhardt Sr. Does he get there? Earnhardt's going to be the inside. Sideways. Going to get out in front of Jimmie Johnson. And there's Kyle Busch. He's got a pretty good gap now. See, the whole top 10 pretty spread out. Not really what we saw in our practice race. A lot tighter pack through much of the field. But Gordon will be leading after Rusty Wallace pits. He's got about 5-second lead over Richard Petty. I think Rusty's out. Yep. Wallace out of gas down the backstretch. Unfortunate for the 2 team that they did not get to pit lane. Gonna cost them a lot of time now. Hard to come back from something like that if you're the number 2 car. Gordon now out front by 5 seconds. Then you got Richard Petty in second. 4 seconds back from him is Earnhardt Sr. Pretty big intervals forming between the top 3. Then 4th and 5th pretty close. You got Jimmie Johnson, Cale Yarborough, nose to tail. Jeff Gordon just continuing this run out front. Richard Petty trying to close the gap, but not quite getting much to accomplish here. You got Earnhardt, who's really just trying to get back to Petty. Lost a lot of time. Cale Yarborough looks pretty quick. Jimmie Johnson still getting his tires up fully to temperature, but Cale Yarborough, he's looking pretty good at this stage in the race. Jimmie continues to hold off Cale Yarborough as we get back to the front of the field. Gordon coming through the final few chicanes before the start-finish line. Down the front stretch, here we go, on to lap number 20. Now again, if you consider what we had in our practice race. 60 laps. This would put us right at the 1/3 mark now of this event. Jeff Gordon looking pretty tough to beat. Looks like Richard Petty and Dale Sr. are closing the gap a little bit. 358.3. Yeah, everyone running within a tenth or two of each other in the top three. No cars out of this race yet. Looking solid out front. Not much of a challenge coming from behind. Looks like a bit of a challenge though for fourth as Kyle Yarbrough is looking there on Jimmie Johnson. Nothing materialized though, and Kale will fall back down the straightaway. So Gordon continues to lead. Jimmie Johnson's got the inside line. Hold off Kale yet again. But Kale looking pretty quick with the tires up to temperature. And Jimmie Johnson just trying to find some speed and stop looking in his rearview mirrors as much as he is. So I'll check something here. We got a big stack up about back of the field. It's just all our slower cars on track, just all running together, enjoying their day here at Le Mans. Gap from first to second, you see there, 5 seconds. And Earnhardt Sr. closing up ever so slightly. Again, double points are available here today at Le Mans, being the second of 4 races in the Twin Checkered Challenge. This race is being worth double points. Jeff Gordon currently 8th in the standings. Could be a big day for him. Richard Petty 5th. We got Earnhardt Sr. 10th in the points, so it could be a huge day. Get him back up maybe close to the top 5, and then you have Jimmie Johnson who's 4th. He's 3rd in points, and Tony Stewart's having a rough one after getting into it with Joey Logano, but Kyle Busch is not in the top 5 at the moment. For the first time in quite a while, might I add. Let's check in with the 18. He's here in 6th. It's not like he's far out of the top 5. But there are points to be gained here today. Could probably gain about 30 just by being in first and finishing where you are compared to Kyle Busch. So that's significant. Kyle Busch having a pretty good day though, 16 seconds off the lead. Not the quickest lap yet here, 33-minute 56.7. Almost a full second off of Jimmie Johnson's quickest lap. Car looking pretty good though, that M&M's Toyota Camry. Battle for 4th continues to heat up. Kyle Yarborough just knows he's quicker, just can't find a way by. There you see Tony Stewart back here in 10th. He's closed back up on Bobby Allison. Might see Jeff Gordon in the next 3 laps in the pit lane. He's pitting earlier than everyone else by a full lap, maybe even 2 laps to Jimmie Johnson. So leaving himself pretty open to getting caught up in that lap traffic. One thing to notice is Harry Gant and Ricky Rudd have they're just out of pit lane. I'm not sure if Harry Gant had an incident. They must have had something go wrong. So he's back in 40th now. Let's take a look here. Harry Gant. Showing him 40th, and maybe he just ran out of gas. But Gordon closing up. 10 seconds back. That's the first lap car of the day. .8 seconds, now 6 seconds back to Richard Petty, 9 seconds to Earnhardt Sr. So Earnhardt was cutting into that a bit, but seems like it's gotten back up another half second here for Gordon. Gordon out front. Got Richard Petty, Dale Sr. on the same front straightaway as the leader. 4th and 5th, not too far behind. And then you got your points leader on the season, Kyle Busch, in 6th. Pretty exciting first half of this race so far. A lot of cars that were maybe towards the middle of the top 10 finding their way to the front of the field. So cars getting in order where they probably should be on track. Getting a good feel for where everyone is on pace. Check this, 357.9. Yeah, Gordon quickest of the top 3. By about half a second that last time by. It's looking pretty good here in the 24. You see up top, Jimmie Johnson and Kyle Yarborough are going at it again. Really the closest battle of the entire top 10. Maybe even top 20. Jimmie Johnson, very defensive line. Kyle Yarborough almost got along outside there, but backed out to allow Jimmie to get through single file. It's just very hard to do side by side, so pick your battles and maybe try here into Mulsanne. He's got to run. Gonna looking low, kill Yarborough. Does he have enough to send it up the inside? No. Jimmie Johnson's gonna block that low line. Kyle Yarborough, bit of a lift there at the apex. Keeps it close to the 48. He's probably gonna look here after Indianapolis. That would be my guess. As long as he can keep it close. Kale shooting out wide again. Jimmie Johnson definitely off pace here. So Kale knows he's got to make his move now. It's a good corner right to the rear bumper of the 48. I think he's got a real good shot here into the Porsche curves. Still not quite there though. Almost, but not quite. Now closing in on the 1.5 hour mark of this event. Typically the race distance of some of our weekly races already at hand. Richard Petty losing time to Earnhardt Sr. And Petty losing time to Jeff Gordon. Most importantly, it is really opening up for the lead. So Jeff Gordon, then you got Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt. Followed by Jimmie Johnson, Kale Yarborough coming into turn 2. Gaps start to open up behind them with Kyle Busch sideways, then Logano. I thought Kyle Busch was going to crash. Larson, then a battle for 9th brewing with Bobby Allison and Tony Stewart. Now, going based off of when Gordon has pit so far today, this would make sense for him to pit here. Will it happen? That's the question, though. Jimmie Johnson holding off another attempt of Kale Yarborough going up the outside that time into the chicane. See Jeff Gordon now up front by 7 seconds. It's just increased significantly lap after lap now. He's led the full hour and a half, 23 laps so far. And in pretty dominant fashion at this point. See Harry Gant up the road, 2.2 ahead. I think when Gordon does get there, it won't be much of a problem, but if he can maybe work this out to taking a pit stop right here, avoid it altogether, that could be the best bet. Jeff Gordon now into the final few corners before hits pit entrance. Will he make the right-hand turn or stay on track? We'll have to see here in just a moment. Car just still handling very well. He's up to 7.2 now, back to second. Richard Petty is really starting to face a bit of pressure from Earnhardt Sr. Gordon stays out. And there you see Petty and Earnhardt Sr. also staying out. Gordon will catch Harry Gant this lap. And then it's how easy does he get by? I mean, if he's able to get by, but then it's also, is he going to pit this lap? Gordon in the lead. As Harry Gant right in front of him, definitely holding up the 24. Very quick part of the track where 24 speed is his advantage. So it's not the best of timing for the 33. Harry Gant to be right where he is. Looks like Gordon should be able to clear, though, into the chicane. This now the first car a lap down, 1.5 hours into this race. And only because I think he ran out of fuel. Clips the cone into the second chicane down the back straightaway. Gordon improving on his lead. Getting reports of debris exiting the first set of corners here. Excuse me. Right near Tertre Rouge. And it looks like this will bring out a caution. Our first caution of the race here at Le Mans. Gordon slowing down immediately, trying to save fuel. Get an aerial shot of the 24 heading through the trees. Could be a timely caution, but you gotta hope if you're Gordon, you can make it all the way around for your next stop. Gant will get the wave around, I believe. Yeah, only one car a lap down, so. And this should pack up the entire field. Bit of a reset here, halfway, not even halfway through the race. Hour and a half in. How it works to anyone's advantage yet to be determined. But we did have debris. Scenes from Neil Bonnet's car there. Very quick part of the track. Gordon passing pit entry where he potentially would have been turning into had the caution not been thrown. pace car picks up the field. I was worried Jeff Gordon was actually passing the pace car there, but everything in order. So make sure we don't have any penalty for that. So at the 1 hour 37 mark of this race, 25 laps in, we do get our first caution behind the pace car. Should see everyone pit. I can't imagine a world where anyone would want to stay out at this point. Long pace lap here at Le Mans. Hopefully the only caution we have here today. Let's take a look at the field where everyone started and where they're currently running. So first and second, they have swap positions. You see Jeff Gordon and Richard Petty. That's been the way it's been since the beginning. Earnhardt Sr. from 5th up to 3rd. It's a good run for him. Yarborough 3rd to 5th. Joey Logano, he's up 3 spots from 10th to 7th. And you see Kurt Busch up 8 spots, 21st to 13th. Good run for him. Kwiatkowski, he's off 5 spots. Not a good day for the Xerox machine. Say the same for Denny Hamlin, who started 14th, back to 21st. Bobby Labonte, he's up 6 spots. Bernard Jr., who again had the rough qualifying run, is up 8. Making the most of his day. Neil Bonnet also up 8 despite losing some quarter panel there through one of the corners. Clint Boyer also benefiting from others' issues. You see Rusty Wallace down 18 spots. Keselowski down 12. A few cars have run out of gas, so that's what you're seeing with Keselowski and Rusty Wallace. They'll get a bit of a reset as well. See if they can get back into this race and pick us some spots before it's all said and done. Imagine we'll get the green flag with just over halfway remaining in this event. Being how long these pace laps are. On the restart, it'll be very interesting to see if Richard Petty can make any move on Gordon the way he did on the initial start of the race. Kind of return the favor here at a very vital point of the event, knowing what's at stake and how hard it is to pass. Got just about the whole field now all caught back up to the pace car. So pit stops will take place, and we'll have just about the whole field on pit lane. Provided, again, everybody takes to pit lane. I'm not sure here, but if Bobby Allison's out of gas, is that what we're seeing? Still up on speed. Interesting moment here for Bobby Allison. I'm not sure if it's a mechanical issue or fuel, because he is still up on speed. But definitely pulled off to the side. Not seeing anything with the wheels. But could be a big moment here. I know your leader is very close on fuel. Oh yeah. Looks like Bobby Allison has lost fuel pressure. And there goes the fuel buy. Tough break for Bobby Allison. And now, if you're Jeff Gordon, sweating bullets. That was 9th place Bobby Allison. Unbelievable. And there's nobody a lap down. Double points. He was 9th in points. Can't forget that. Still a bit of a ways to go if you're Jeff Gordon. Crossing your fingers you can make it the rest of the way. Got the Porsche curves, the Corvette curves. About another mile or so. He'll have a bit of a buffer with Harry Gant. I don't think Harry Gant will be pitting with the leaders, but regardless, I think he'll still have about a half car length, even if he doesn't. Yeah, the final few corners now. Looks like Gordon will make it to pit lane. Breathe a sigh of relief if you're a 24 fan. Tale of two different drivers here, with Gordon being 8th in points, making it on fuel. Bobby Allison 9th in points, not making it. Gordon comes in. Earnhardt's in. Not everybody's in. This is interesting. I thought we would see everybody on pit lane. So let's take a look here from the split camera. Take a look where everyone is and who pit, who didn't. Petty, Jimmie Johnson, Kyle Yarborough, they're staying out. Kyle Busch, Logano, Larson. And you got Gordon, Earnhardt, Tony Stewart. Then Mark Martin gets out, Kurt Busch, then Stewart. So Stewart loses spots. He probably had damage repair. Elliott. Hamlin's back here. Very interesting stops there. I'm going to take a quick break here, let the cars circle for these next 2 pace laps before we get back to green. Be one moment, grab a glass of water, and we'll be right back. And as the cars still continue to make their way down the back stretch, we'll get back to green flag racing probably right with about 2 hours left in this race. So splitting this race almost down the middle with this caution. Splitting the strategies down the middle. You see Jeff Gordon is right now running in 19th. Earnhardt Sr. is running 18th. Those are the first cars that pit. So literally right at the halfway split of this field. You know, with the two other cars that have had problems today, it's going to be very interesting how this works out for them. Can they... Well, everyone in front of them has to pit within the next lap or two. There's Bobby Allison. He's still on the lead lap. He pit. He somehow benefits from this. And with these laps under caution, it becomes who's going to be able to make it to the end on their fuel tank. Almost have two races going on now. Be one to go at the line, get these cars a double file for the restart. With the long pace laps though, it should be another maybe 5-10 minutes, so if you do need to take a break yourself or anything you need to do, just let you be aware this will be a bit before we get back to green flag racing, but once we do get back it will be super unpredictable. I am unsure what's going to happen with fuel strategy now and who's going to win this race, because it really comes down to, I would say, Richard Petty and Jimmie Johnson, maybe Cale Yarborough mixed in. Kyle Busch is your points leader. They're in fourth, so I think all those guys have a shot in this front pack. They got Dale Sr., Jeff Gordon leading Mark Martin, Kurt Busch. Also got Tony Stewart there, Bill Elliott. Those guys can all potentially come away with the win too on that strategy. We got like 10 cars really have a good shot on two different strategies. It's going to be a hell of a run to the end. Both are 7-time champs right at the front of the field for this restart. It's your pole sitter, Richard Petty. Jimmie Johnson has been pretty incredible in regards to stretching his fuel today. Been able to accomplish that like no one else, so that could also work to his advantage late in this race with fuel being close. We've seen them come in at about 15 laps, give or take. Or 15 minutes, sorry. But every 7 or 6 to 8 laps, I really feel that group that pit the last time by is now on one stop ahead of these that stayed out. Only time will tell here as the cars are back double file. Be back green flag racing in about 5 minutes when they get back around. 5, 6, 7 minutes, give or take. But just past the halfway point is when we'll be back going green flag racing, and then it's going to come down to fuel mileage and don't forget actual racing here as well. So 2 hours to determine the winner here at Le Mans. Different strategies at play. I do not anticipate we'll see any other cautions in this race. It's been very clean. The restart here is very interesting because Richard Petty is the leader, but Jimmie Johnson's on the inside of that turn 1 uphill corner, almost at an advantage, but you go into that first real actual turn. It is a sharp left-hander than right-hander, so there's benefit to both lines, I would say. I would almost like to be where Jimmie is, especially as the control car. All 40 cars still running in this race and all on the lead lap. Incredible job here in the Stock Car Championship Series. These drivers fighting hard for every point, keeping the car out on track at all costs. Bobby Allison just catching up to the tail end of the field. I'm not sure if he got another lap of fuel here. He did. Well, Bobby Allison could be the surprise winner here today. And we've talked about it a few times throughout the season. There's, in the top 10, 9 of the top 10 cars have gotten a win. The only one being Bobby Allison, and it's been that way for many of the races. Rusty Wallace was in the top 10 at one point. Dale Sr. didn't have a win. Matt Kenseth didn't have a win. They both have since gotten them. Rusty's fallen out. So the only car in the top 10 without a win, Bobby Allison. And he knows it. And this could be his opportunity. Adding fuel here on lap 27 might get him to the end. This isn't a race to lap 60. It's a race to minute 240. And it's very important Petty gets a good jump on this start. Being the pole sitter, he hasn't even led a lap as Gordon was able to take the lead right on lap 1. We might see the same thing from Jimmie Johnson. It's a very similar scenario. Only this time, Petty will have the, maybe it's an advantage of being a rolling start. Actually be able to gap a bit before turn 1. To wait and see. Just crossing the 2-hour mark halfway through this race. Caution came out quite a while ago. It's been a lengthy wait to get back to green flag race. We've had pit stops here. Had cars not take pit stops and now potentially low on fuel. So end of this race could be quite chaotic. quite a few cars up in the front of the field too that really just haven't been there all day. So we got Carl Edwards even up here. Looks like about 12th spot. Great run for him. Kenseth trying to make the most of a bad qualifying run, and he's up in the 10th spot. 8th or 10th. I think if you're Richard Petty, Jimmie Johnson, you've really got to hope you can just make it around to get to your pit box. You know, this is extended laps now, I think, past what they were anticipating for their pit stop. It's under caution, but definitely further than they wanted to go. Field's lined up perfectly, though, as we head into Indianapolis. And just a few set of S's, and we're back to green flag racing. Decide our first winner at Le Mans in the Stock Car Championship Series. Who will get the ever-important double points? The most of it, at least. Everyone gets double points, but who will get the win with double points on the line? Keep an eye on Kyle Busch and where he ends up after this is all said and done with pit stops. As he's your points leader, this could be a huge shift. However his strategy plays out, he could find himself at the front of one of these strategies, or potentially around 15th place. Cars got really spread out there by the hour-and-a-half mark. Had a lot of gas between the top 10. Will we see something similar here in these final 2 hours? Or will we potentially have closer racing towards the front of the field? Time will tell as we're coming through the final bits of S's here into the Corvette curves. We'll get back green flag. Pace car will pull off, and it might be a little hectic here through the Ford chicane. I hadn't even thought about that under a restart scenario, but we'll see how that goes. Much to be decided here, and we do have a decent amount of time left, but I would still say very little time to figure it out. Not many opportunities to figure it out either. It's kill or be killed out there at this point. And the pace car is ready to pull off. It'll lead him through the chicane, fortunately, preventing any major catastrophe. And green flags in the air. We have a huge stack up halfway through the field. Lots of cars that pit, like Tony Stewart, are back there. I see Denny Hamlin with damage. Oh boy, a lot of cars stacked up back there. Richard Petty's going to get away in the lead. There's Gordon and Earnhardt. I think Tony Stewart's in trouble. So here we are. Got Gordon Earnhardt, Martin, Kurt Busch, Bill Elliott. And then you go further back. I see Denny Hamlin. There's Bobby Allison still in it. And Tony Stewart got the toe. Oh my. So keep an eye on the leaders now. Spreading out already here among the top 10. Gordon Earnhardt still nose to tail, trying to get through the field. Cale Yarborough back to the rear bumper of Jimmie Johnson, who now goes to protect the inside. Now we're seeing Harry Gant come out of pit lane. It's like Clint Boyer, Keselowski, there's Stewart. This guy's well behind the rest of the field, about half a lap or so. Hard break for Stewart. Could still potentially work out. We'll see. But Stewart, second in points, going to take a huge hit. That's for sure. Kyle Busch running fifth. Just doing what he needs to do. He doesn't need to win here. Just be consistent and get a good run. Down into Indianapolis, Richard Petty looking to lead his first laps of the race. Jimmie Johnson hot on his tail. Peeks out a bit, half car width. And gonna get a nice run here. Richard Petty could be in trouble as we get to the Porsche curves. I think Jimmie Johnson's got his number here. Looking. Jimmy's there. Does Petty let him get there? No. Closes the door. Big time, but I think Richard Petty just ran out of fuel. He did. Cale Yarborough. Logano, he's out. A lot of cars running out. Oh my God, Kyle Busch is one of them. Cale Yarborough stopped on track. Oh, we got a crash here. I don't think Richard Petty's going to make it. Got cars everywhere right now. This is chaos. Carl Edwards leading the race. Everything breaking down here at Le Mans. Greg Biffle, Dale Jr., Gordon, Mark Martin. That's your top five. Oh, brother, what is going to happen here? Can Carl Edwards make it around? Jimmie Johnson back on track in 18th. Looks like he made it. Richard Petty did not make it. Oh my gosh. Jimmie Johnson made it to pit lane. Just barely. Here's Gordon now behind Earnhardt Jr. and Greg Biffle, who are questionable on fuel. Edwards looking clean here. There's his teammate, pseudo-teammate Greg Biffle. Looks like Earnhardt had a bit of a stumble on exit, but Gordon gets back in line. Look at the gap Carl Edwards has put on Greg Biffle. 3.5 seconds. Unbelievable. Bobby Allison maybe got hung up in some of that traffic that was stopped on course. Could have brought out another caution, but we did not want to do another 25 laps or 25 minutes under yellow. And now we know that cautions absolutely do not work here. Maybe single file back would have worked, but almost 3 wide here through the Porsche curves as Greg Biffle appears to be out of gas. Earnhardt Jr.'s out. Edwards is out. Gordon back to the lead. More cars stopped on track here. Puts Jimmie Johnson back out front. Or not Jimmie Johnson, sorry, Jeff Gordon back out front. Coming through the Dunlop Bridge. 2 seconds up on Kurt Busch. Earnhardt Sr.'s in third. You know he's quick. Can he get by Kurt Busch here? See, Earnhardt can get close on exit to make a move down into the next chicane. Still a bit of a ways off, though. We lost another. Who's this in 12th? Schrader have an incident. Just got in hot and then clipped the curb, goes around. Kurt Busch still trying to hold off the 3. Lots of pressure into Mulsanne hairpin. Putting a bit of a distance between 3rd and 4th, though. Earnhardt's got A good second now back to Mark Martin. Earnhardt really looking now on Kurt Busch. He's really making it known he wants by. Hard on the brakes, Kurt Busch. Gonna have to do his damnedest down this next straightaway because I think Earnhardt's bringing everything he's got, but gap's more than half a car length, so I think maybe Kurt Busch is safe. Michael Waltrip on pit lane getting some damage repaired. Definitely had some front end damage after that contact. Car is slow on pit entrance. Oh, Jeff Gordon to pit lane. Big move for Gordon. I think that's a little early, but it's definitely interesting. Some strategy being used there. Let's see where he comes out with Jimmie Johnson, who's back here dealing with Ernie Irvan at the moment. So coming right into the Ford chicane. Kurt Busch continues to hold off a challenge from Earnhardt. Jimmie Johnson's going to come by. And potentially for the race lead on this other strategy. There's Jeff Gordon. Out in front of Kevin Harvick and Terry Labonte. So really good stop for Gordon. Now it's... Can you catch back up to Jimmie Johnson? Here's Dale Earnhardt dealing with Kurt Busch. He's definitely being held up at this point. So, you know, if you're Earnhardt, you can do what Gordon just did. Bite the bullet, come to pit lane. Got half the cars on the backstretch, half the cars on the front stretch. Strategy really split in two right now. And Earnhardt just cannot crack the code here on Kurt Busch. Interested to see Jimmie Johnson's still dealing with Ernie Irvan, but Earnhardt's going to go low into Mulsanne hairpin. I haven't seen anyone make this pass all day, so that would have been new. Closest it's been, though. Earnhardt, good drive off, stays in second, and maintains the gap amongst the top five. Running order very jumbled at the moment. I have no idea where any of this is going to play out, how anyone's going to finish really, so strap in here for this last hour and a half and see what happens at Le Mans, this first ever endurance race in the Stock Car Championship Series. Round 3 of the Twin Checkered Challenge, which will be race 27, takes place at Daytona Road Course. That will be 6 hours. A 6-hour endurance race there. So if you think this is a long while, wait until Daytona Road Course in 9 weeks' time. Following that, it will be the final race of the year. That being at Auto Club Speedway will also be worth double points. 4 races on the year. Twin Checkered Challenge has really made this fun to watch. And after this race, who knows what the points are going to look like? Does Earnhardt pit? No, he stays out. You wonder if Gordon made the call. There's got to be some benefit. You got to try to match what he's doing. And instead, you might get hung out to dry by being behind a slower Kurt Busch there if you're the 3 car. But if you consider Jimmie Johnson still stuck behind Ernie Irvin, it's not that bad. The time in the hourglass is becoming thinner and thinner, dwindling with each lap and passing turn. Earnhardt has a huge run. Kurt Busch feels that run and dives low. Earnhardt's not going to be enough alongside, though, to make it into the chicane. Thought that was going to be a good opportunity, but Kurt Busch really defended it well. So we could see Earnhardt Sr. on pit lane anytime now in the next lap or 2. That goes for all of these guys here that have not pit, especially in the top 5 here that are in frame. Earnhardt almost goes for it again in the Mulsanne hairpin, and now Mark Martin closing in very quickly. It is noticeable now that Kurt Busch's tires are leaving his car at a rapid pace, and Earnhardt needs to go now. But lost momentum there off exit. And if you're Mark Martin, why not take a chance here? Send it up the inside. It's hard to pass. Get that track position. See Earnhardt keeping his line and losing a bit of ground, though, on Kurt Busch. Still no takers. Wow. Did Rusty even? No? Bobby Labonte gonna come? No? There's Neil Bonnet. What a run for him. Gordon and Truex have caught Jimmie Johnson. There's that battle. Top three through the Dunlop Bridge. Just over an hour and a half to go. An hour and a half at the line. Kurt Busch building a bit of a lead now. I think this might be the first time that he's not going to have to duck the inside heading into that chicane. Still gonna go low though, not sure why. Healthy lead here into the corner, but deciding to take the less advantageous line into the chicane and immediately closes that gap right back up. Distance. You see Gordon and Jimmie Johnson really going at it here with Ernie Irvan, Martin Truex. There goes Gordon to the outside and now gets by Truex and now trying to force his way with Ernie Irvan, but Irvan shuts the door and that could give the spot back to Truex. Oh my God. Lost the momentum because Irvan slammed the door. And Jimmie Johnson now will set sail. Oh man, that's got to really tee off Gordon there. '97 pulling out a gap again. Earnhardt still 0.3 back. Come up on the next set of corners being the Porsche curves, where it seems Kurt Busch is able to pull away. So let's see how it goes this time. Already got a bit of a gap back on Mark Martin. So Earnhardt hanging closer, it seems. Really good run up front here for the leaders. I can't imagine they're going much longer without stopping. You got to worry about running out of fuel every single lap. Kurt Busch is in. Earnhardt stays out. He's going to try to get an extra lap here without any slower car in front of him. But could this be that one of those calls that he looks back on and thinks, what was I thinking? Earnhardt pulls away. We'll watch that with our second eye. Meanwhile, we'll keep an eye on Gordon as he's trying to get by Truex and Ernie Irvan. Oh, Ernie Irvan's going to spin completely sideways through the Ford chicane, and Gordon now all over the rear bumper of Truex. Just looking for any way by the 19. Cannot get to his inside and not making any mistakes. That Bass Pro Shops 19 car hooked up despite being a bit off pace. There's Kurt Busch, got out right in front of a huge pack of cars. He needed to do that. Mission accomplished for the 97. Let's check on Earnhardt, who's through that first chicane. Still got fuel pressure. That's the most important thing. Bill Elliott, Rusty Wallace following right behind second and third. Then a big gap back to Bobby Labonte. So on check here, I think I did see Gordon trying on Truex, did not get it done. Earnhardt back out front. Just hitting his marks. The number 3 car doing just fine here. Seems like he's going to make it to pit lane without any problem. Kyle Busch under heavy attack. Got Mark Martin and behind him with 3 lap cars in the middle. That's going to be a huge benefit to Kyle Busch. Earnhardt into Indianapolis. Under an hour and a half remain in this 4-hour race. This has got to be a lap he comes in, or you would think so. All on his own out here, trying to put down a really good in-lap and leapfrog the 97. Hopefully put himself behind Jeff Gordon. And he can line up that for the rest of the race. Once we get to about, I would say, a half hour remaining, we'll have a much better understanding where everyone is on fuel and who's going to make it to what lap. But Earnhardt in as expected. Here comes Bill Elliott and Rusty Wallace. Bill Elliott staying out. Rusty Wallace also staying out. Very interesting. Here comes Dale Earnhardt, leader of the race. And time ticking down. See Bobby Labonte stayed out. He's coming by the start-finish line. Neil Bonnet as well. Here's Jeff Gordon. Finally gets a break as Truex hits pit lane. Gordon completely sideways through every corner, almost off the track. Here's Kyle Busch. What's going to happen with him and Earnhardt? Imagine Jimmie Johnson and Jeff Gordon will be passed. Oh, Jimmie on pit lane. There goes Kyle Busch. Earnhardt Sr. is out of pit lane and going to be up ahead of the 97. Gordon, he's clear. No one in his windshield at all. So then there's Dale Sr. Kyle Busch. And that's technically your top 3. I don't think there's much denying it. Jimmie Johnson is gonna be mired pretty far back after pitting there. He only went 6 laps on that stint. It's very surprising. So back in 16th now, behind Hamlin and Dale Jarrett. See the damage on the front end of the 48. See if we can find Kyle Busch. Where did he end up after 24th right now? And he's got a pit anytime. So it's Not looking good for the Toyota Camry. That a race that was going well has since erupted. Got a lot of fast cars back here, though. Richard Petty, Cale Yarborough, Kyle Busch, Logano, Kyle Larson. It's just littered with talent back here that are off the pit sequence, and I just don't think they're going to get back. Let's go back up front. Bill Elliott. He's holding off Rusty into Indianapolis. You go a little further back again to Kurt Busch. He's got 1.3 to Earnhardt Sr., so a little more respectable. Gordon's still 6 seconds up the road, though. Same song and dance, just the second stanza of the race. This is just what Gordon did early on. Gonna be looking at a pit stop soon. He's a little off sequence with Earnhardt and Kurt Busch. Here's the leaders making their way to pit lane. You see dipping that right tire across the line. Giveaway that they'll be coming in. Bobby Labonte should follow, and he will. Neil Bonnet. There's Burton. Let's see where Jeff Gordon comes out here. I mean, it's possible they get out before Gordon even gets there. Making their stops now. Here comes Gordon off the final corner. Here's some cars accelerating, but Gordon will get by. Here's Bill Elliott in now second, now third to Earnhardt, but he's coming out in third. And that's going to be a massive moment for Bill Elliott and Rusty Wallace. These guys are legit contenders right now. Mark Martin now looking for a way by Terry Labonte. This for 6th place. Terry Labonte due for a pit stop in the next lap or so. Check again with the 18. I'm interested here because they're going to have to stop next time by. The only way this works for them is if they don't have to stop one more time. Oh, we'll see. A lot left to be determined here. Still well over an hour to go, and Gordon leads Earnhardt Sr. by 6.5. You got Bill Elliott, Kurt Busch, and Rusty Wallace. That's your top 5. Earnhardt got fresh tires, see if he can close in on Jeff Gordon. Gordon probably due for a stop in another 3 laps. He came in Very short pit the last time. He should have been stopping with Earnhardt Sr. Surprisingly didn't. You see the gaps now. 2.3 or 6.8 to first to second, 2.3 second to third. Got about 1.3 between third and fourth, and another second between fourth and fifth. Really stacked up behind Terry Labonte now, who's definitely on some older tires. Let's see what Mark Martin does. This is a passing zone, but Mark Martin's gonna keep it tucked in to the last second. If he would have maybe looked earlier, he could have been alongside. Should see Terry Labonte in this lap, I imagine. Oh, he's staying out. Gonna make Mark Martin's life a living hell for at least one more lap. Harvick and Chase Elliott, the same strategy as that 5 car. So Mark Martin just in a bad spot. There's Jimmie Johnson in 11th, trying to get to that ever important top 10. Oh, here's Tony Stewart. He's pitting from 14th. See if we can find Jeff Gordon up front. Make his way down the back straightaway. Still out front by 6.5 seconds. Very tight battle here between Mark Martin and the 3 cars, looking to pit any lap now. Because Martin's got to avoid any contact at this point. Do not want to make the situation any worse or compound it. We've already lost the time. He's got a bent front end as well. I'm not sure if he got into the back of Terry Labonte. This damage that occurred earlier. Mark Martin able to take the appropriate line through Mulsanne hairpin and get the nice run down this straightaway. Let's see if this time by he attempts to put the nose out through Porsche curves and make this pass. Even if it's only going to be for a few corners to be in front of him, it will make a difference. Bobby Labonte even closing up on these 4 now. So into Indianapolis again. Martin needs to get a good run off this next corner. Not too good of a run where he has to check up though. So see, let him back up. There you go. Might not have been good enough, but we'll see as we come down the straightaway. It's got a lot of momentum, and the track is too far back, yeah. At this point, you just gotta hope that they are pitting. Earnhardt second. Let's go back to... Oh, let's see. There's Jeff Gordon. I thought we had someone else up here that was maybe pitting, but let's take a look at this camera shot as all of our leaders make their way through. Who comes down pit lane? Look at that group. Terry Labonte, Mark Martin, Chase Elliott, Kevin Harvick. Looks like a few of them might be. Yeah, 3 cars. Martin now the only one staying out. And try to put in some good laps now that he is on his own. Oh, we got Clint Boyer. Out of fuel or having mechanical issues? I think out of fuel. Try to stretch it a bit too far. And now Gordon, he's due for a stop here soon. Got a nice 6.9 second gap for the 24 car. Down the back stretch. No other cars in sight. There's Kurt Busch and Rusty Wallace nose to tail, and see if maybe Rusty can put a move on Kurt. Kurt not defending the inside, but starts reacting when Rusty made the move. That's an interesting call by Kurt. Could be looked at. Jimmie Johnson in 8. Closed up on Bobby Labonte. .12:48 local time here in France. Time winding down in this one. The 4-hour endurance event at Le Mans. And the Stock Car Championship Series has been epic, to say the least. Right now, full of confusion and strategy. And we're just trying to ride it out and figure out who has the advantage. Right now, it's just too much time left to tell. I'll let it play out. Now Jeff Gordon, Dale Earnhardt Sr., and Bill Elliott, your top 3. Collectively separated by 12 seconds, with Earnhardt 7.5 back of the lead. Looks like we got another car on track, I believe. Let's see. Kyle Busch. He went too far. Out of gas. Points leader. Oh my God. The points leader. Out of gas. Potentially going to finish around 35th to 40th in a double points race. Oh my God. Only 1 DNF on the season for Kyle Busch. It's not a DNF yet, but this is a bad day. And Gordon, he's coming down pit lane, signaling for it. Earnhardt staying out. I would imagine probably exit pit lane, maybe around this battle with Hamlin, Johnson, and Bobby Labonte. Jimmie Johnson, though, hits pit lane after 3 laps. Am I reading that right? Denny Hamlin completely sideways. 3 laps, and Jimmie Johnson's in. Unsure what is going on here. Hendrick cars making some peculiar pit calls at the moment. Making more stops than they need to. Gordon comes out in 9th, so still in that top 10. Here's Earnhardt out front, closing in on Clint Bowyer just out of pit lane. And you got Bill Elliott about 5 seconds back. Top 5 all in the same strategy within a lap or 2 of each other. See them in probably the next 4 laps or so. Still very close on when people will make their last stop. Earnhardt by Clint Bowyer. He's got quite a ways now until the next car a lap down or any lap traffic would actually be Dale Earnhardt Jr. A full minute and 15 seconds up ahead. Minute 16 now. Be the last hour of this race in about 2 laps time. The gloves are off from there, and we'll start to be able to put this puzzle together and understand the picture better, what we're looking at. Let's go back and check with Jeff Gordon. He's racing with Dale Jarrett up ahead. Jarrett last pit on 35, so got 4 laps on that set of tires. And Jeff Gordon on his out lap. If I'm correct, I believe Jeff Gordon will actually be short of fuel by about 1 or 2 laps. He'll have to make 1 extra stop. Basically, anyone that stops from now on should or could make it the rest of the way. Earnhardt. 1 more lap in. I think from here on out, you're only 1 more stop at about 3.5 hours, and you're good to the finish. Kyle Busch out of the pits. He's in 37th place. Unbelievable. Bill Elliott in 2nd, and you got Kurt Busch 3rd. Been able to open up that gap on Rusty Wallace with the help of Bubba Wallace in between. See if he allows Rusty by here into the chicane. Does heed under braking, so Rusty will be clear. Mark Martin in 5th. Bobby Labonte, then Jeff Gordon. He looks all the way down there. You can see Earnhardt entering the 2nd chicane 34 seconds back of the lead. And again, still a long way to go in this race. We've seen a lot of mechanical and gas issues, so nobody is safe from that type of luck, or bad luck I should say. Bobby Labonte looking for a top 5. He's running very modestly in 6th, about 6 seconds off of Mark Martin. Earnhardt continues to pace the field. Dale Earnhardt with the 1 win on the season. It came just a few weeks ago. He's able to get that done at Iowa. Quite the different track here in Le Mans from Iowa. Couldn't be much different, honestly, so good to see Earnhardt able to win in multiple what's the word I'm looking for? Multiple methods of racing. Disciplines, I would say. Multiple disciplines of racing. The short oval, high banks at Iowa on concrete, to Le Mans, which is obviously over 8 miles long, and incredible amount of corners at this track, much of which are flat in banking or off camber even. You even have a change in surface, about anything except concrete. Bill Elliott still 6 seconds off the lead. Let's see, 4 minutes, 1 second, that lap time for Earnhardt. Interested to see where Bill Elliott comes across. 4:02. So you see the difference in pace of about 7 seconds at this point in the run. Last pit on lap 35, so he's coming up on a stop. Kurt Busch would probably be the first to pit. We could see him this time by. All of this while Jeff Gordon is in 7th and looking to close up on Bobby Labonte, who's 8.5 up the road. Gotta get by Clint Bowyer first, though. Yeah, Gordon looking very quick here. Nice corner onto the main Mulsanne straight. And he might get Bowyer into the chicane with how bad of a run the 07 got. Side under braking, nicely done by the 24, not held up even for a second, able to take advantage of Bowyer's tires falling off here. Let's see, he is, well, maybe it's not the tires, it's just the car has gone downhill since his incidents. Here's Kurt Busch again. Let's stay with him while we finish the second half of this lap. Just 1 hour remains at Le Mans. Coming at 59 minutes. There's second, third, and fourth. Bill Elliott, Kurt Busch, Rusty Wallace and Mark Martin just ellipsing the background there off the final, at the corner in the background. Mulsanne hairpin. You're into Indianapolis again. Kurt Busch. The car under control very nicely. One thing that's interesting is how this is all playing out with Jeff Gordon and where he is in relation to these drivers. He's closing the gap. Here's Earnhardt Sr. Just going to check with him, make sure he isn't pitting. He's not really due yet, so I didn't think he would, and stays out. Bill Elliott, what's he going to do? Oh, Bill Elliott's hitting pit lane. Could be a big call. Kurt Busch, though, stays out, as will Rusty Wallace. Oh, Rusty comes in. What does Mark Martin do? Looks like Martin's coming in. Oh, it's hard to tell sometimes. Like, Bobby's staying out. Nope, comes in. Usually they dip over onto that line to give you an impression if they're coming in or not. But Gordon obviously staying out. Let's see how far he moves up the standings. Many of these cars now on pit lane. All these guys now stopping can make it to the end on one more pit. Mark Martin third, Kurt Busch second. 10 seconds back of Earnhardt Sr. So Kurt Busch 10 seconds back. Another 10 seconds back to Mark Martin. Another 12 seconds back to Jeff Gordon. And 10 seconds back then to Bill Elliott, who just pit. There's Bill. Got a bit of a gap on Rusty Wallace. 6 seconds in that pit stop exchange. Head back to the front with Dale Earnhardt. On lap 42 here today. 3 hours into this race at Le Mans. Thank you for those who have tuned in and hung with us through this event. It's been exciting to bring to you. Been looking forward to it all season, and seems Dale Earnhardt was looking forward to it as well. Gapping the field by 10 seconds at this point in the run. I would say his only competition is that 24 car, who's a bit off strategy. So you just got to keep an eye on Gordon. 33 seconds back at the moment. We'll see where it shuffles out after pit stops. Kurt Busch and Mark Martin should probably both be on pit lane, and Dale Sr. is a likelihood. You can see the speed difference in the top three as well. If you just take a look at their best lap times up in the top left here, you see Earnhardt Sr. quickest at 356.131. Kurt Busch, his fastest lap, 1.2 seconds slower. Mark Martin, 1.3 seconds off. And then right behind them, you got Jeff Gordon, who's the fastest of all four, 356 flat. Just trying to make his way back to the lead. Does Earnhardt pit? No, stays out. What does Kurt Busch do? Got one extra lap, I think he'll be in. But what do I know? And he is. Gonna be a big stop for that 97 team. Martin, he makes the turn also. Jeff Gordon gets by Bubba Wallace through the Corvette curves. And now, it's clean track in front of him. Potentially for the remainder of this race. Can he get out in front of Kurt Busch and Mark Martin? Final corner. Yeah, it looks like he'll do that easily. Move Jeff Gordon now back up to second. 33 seconds back of Dale Earnhardt Sr. Current leader pitting potentially this next time by. Jeff Gordon's got about another 4 laps on his tires. Probably stretch that out to right about 3 hours and 24 minutes, 25 minutes. Is that enough to make it to the end? It's going to be close for Gordon. Who it won't be close for? Earnhardt Sr. He is in the clear. It's really Dale Earnhardt. It's his win in the bag. It's just a matter of Jeff Gordon and whether or not he can make it the rest of the way on fuel. Because if he can, I think he has enough pace to beat Earnhardt. And I think he'll actually come out in front of him after pit stops as well. So Gordon's coming into that second chicane and Earnhardt's in the Mulsanne hairpin. It's about 33 seconds, so I'm not sure the exact delta. It's close. Into Indianapolis, hard on the brakes, glowing there. Nice exit, and now a bit of a deceiving corner. I always thought this right-hander much slower than you think it needs to be. Otherwise, you find yourself overdriving in that tire barrier in no time. Porsche Curves up ahead for the Intimidator. Check his lap time. 4 minute 9/10, so 4 seconds plus, almost 5 seconds off his typical speed. Gotta hope he's coming in, because I don't know. Earnhardt can make it 9 laps. Some cars have. You just don't want to chance it. Here comes Earnhardt down pit lane. Gordon now. It's up to him. What can he do in these next few corners? Is it enough to get out in front of Earnhardt? I just don't know if he's close enough. Earnhardt's still got to hit his box. But I don't think Gordon's going to get there. Here comes Gordon. Oh, he's by. Yeah, Earnhardt haven't got down away yet. Bill Elliott's coming up behind. Got 2 laps on his tires, but Earnhardt will be clear of Bill Elliott by about 3.5 seconds. And Kurt Busch is back 8 seconds. Gordon in the lead by about 9 seconds. So the gaps are there. It's not even close. I guess what could make it close is Earnhardt on his last stop could take less fuel. But Jeff Gordon, with just over 45 minutes ago, re-inherits the lead that he had for the whole first half of this race. Now focusing on fuel numbers. If he would have stretched his fuel longer on that a few stops ago, I think he'd be clear. That could be the call that ends up costing him this race. Meanwhile, Dale Earnhardt, 10 seconds is the gap to first, then 2.7 back to Bill Elliott. This is a great run for the 9 car. Bill Elliott had high expectations coming in this year. He currently runs 20th in points. So, to say the least, not what he was expecting. See Gordon exiting now onto one of the longer straights on the track where you hit Indianapolis. Gordon goes wide, locks it up. Oh, close call. I thought he was wrecking. That looks sketchy. Went way wide. And had his hands all crossed up inside that 24 car. Let's take a look here. Quick hands, almost looked like they were glitching out. They were so fast, but back on board current with Jeff Gordon. Corvette curves, and now just a couple to go before he runs by the pit entrance. I don't think we'll see him in here. It wouldn't make much sense. And he stays out. Push this as far as you could go. If you can make it 9 laps, this is the time to do it. 24 car. Let's see. If he could put 3 more laps, that would put him at 27. Four more laps would 100% get him to the end of this race. Earnhardt by Bubba Wallace. Should be the last of the lap traffic that you'll see today. I do not imagine he'll catch up to Kyle Busch and Harry Gant. Although it is possible, it's so far off in the distance that I don't know if it'll be a factor here. Looks like we have someone pitting in from 7. That is Neil Bonnet. Let's see where Jimmie Johnson's at. Running in 12th, pit on 39. So Jeff Gordon still pulling away. You see Earnhardt and Bill Elliott in the background. A bit of a gap back even to Kurt Busch. This really just becomes a waiting game as to when does Jeff Gordon come to pit lane. I mean, if he pushes it 3 laps, it's going to be on fumes crossing the line. But I think these guys can make it about 32 laps. If they go a full 8 on a stint. Or 32 minutes if they make it 8 laps on a stint. And then, if Gordon pits and is able to make it, if you're Dale Sr., you got a short pit. Get as little fuel in that car and go. It would just be unfortunate, though, to see Gordon in early. Hopefully we don't see him in this time by... I want to see some drama here at the end of this one at Le Mans. We've had a great 3 1/4 hours so far. We are in the witching hour crunch time here in Stock Car Championship Series, right at the halfway point of the season. I can't stress it enough. Kyle Busch been dominant as of late and has a full race lead. And I should say full regular race lead on the rest of the field. Reason being, this is double points race at Le Mans. Second of 4 races in the Twin Checkered Challenge worth double points. Kyle Busch, your points leader by, I believe, 57 coming in. So easy to lose the points lead and to even fall further out if you have a bad run. Fortunately for him, Tony Stewart, who's second in points, also had a bad run. Jimmie Johnson's around 10th place. But this guy here, Jeff Gordon, looking to make huge gains on the point standings, as is Dale Earnhardt Sr. running right there in second. One of these guys probably going to win and jump up the standings in a major way. Gordon continues on track. Now this is the 7th lap on these tires. You get around to about 3 minutes 23 seconds when he gets to the pit entry. If he can make it past that and go one more lap, I think he'll be good to the finish. And now Dale Earnhardt onto the back stretch. He's got 12 seconds to close on Gordon in 40 minutes. It's a big order to ask of anyone, even the Intimidator. But like we mentioned, I think the only way this gets done is on fuel strategy. Top 3, all clear traffic. Bill Elliott gets by Bubba Wallace that last lap. And Jeff Gordon through the second of the chicane. Focus now on the hairpin up ahead. a full minute out front for lap traffic. This is potentially the biggest point of this race, this next lap, and what Gordon does when he gets to the pit entry line. Does he go in or not? If he does, he's still very close, and he could maybe make it. I don't think he would, but maybe. If he goes around another lap, I'm pretty certain he's good to go. We know everybody else is. Gordon is the only mystery out here. Bubba Wallace, Clint Boyer, Michael Waltrip, 3 cars a lap down. Waltrip actually 2 laps down. Had some pretty heavy damage. Gordon through the Porsche curves. Flawless all day long. Had one moment, actually, I should say, at Indy that we saw 2 laps ago where he almost threw it all away. What does the 24 do? Here we go. Decision time. Does he have enough? He's going for it. Here we go. Drama building at Le Mans. 24 car, putting it all on the line here for the win. Hitting lap 47. Come back around. Should be 33 minutes to go when Gordon gets back around. And then it's all down to fuel. Oh my goodness. There's Dale Earnhardt. He knows now that Gordon did not pit, and he's made a ton of space between himself and Bill Elliott, by the way. Really pulled away. 2 out fresher tires might have something to do with that, but Earnhardt pulling away now from Bill Elliott for what is right now 2nd place and potentially the lead once Gordon does pit, which we believe will be on this lap. Hard on the brakes, driving it for every ounce that it's worth. Earnhardt following suit here into the first of the 2 chicanes. Nicely done. Just keeping his wits about him, losing a bit of time, but knows what is important here. And if you're Gordon now, you gotta pray you don't run out of fuel on this last lap to come in. And if you're a Gordon fan, you're praying that they actually bring him in the pits, because we have seen a few guys left out for 9 laps and how that's turned out for them. Even Kyle Busch. So Gordon, perfect through the Mulsanne hairpin once again. We'll go back. Here's Dale Earnhardt Sr. and Bill Elliott, 2nd and 3rd, separated by 6.5 seconds. Currently 12 seconds back of Jeff Gordon. 12.8 actually, so nearly 13 seconds. Put it in perspective here. Give you an idea where Gordon is in relation to Earnhardt and Bill Elliott. Get your Rolex timepiece out and clock that to see 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Gordon now already through Indianapolis. Getting close to that last stop. Seems as though we got a few guys on pit lane at the moment. One being Earnhardt Jr. actually. He's getting service, and Kyle Petty. Some final stops for some of these guys. Jeff Gordon's got to be thinking, I'm this close to pulling this off. I cannot believe it. Now a 13-second lead, 13 and a half. Really putting a gap on Earnhardt Sr., who has 5-lap fresher tires. Here comes Gordon. Here's the moment of truth. He's pitting. So, into the access road for the 24. Maybe the biggest stop of the day. We'll sit here with Gordon while we watch Earnhardt Sr. come through the Ford chicane and on the front straightaway take the lead. Goes Earnhardt and Bill Elliott. They'll make their way by. So got Kurt Busch here. Rusty Wallace. Oh, Bubba Wallace pitting. Mark Martin. So looks like Gordon will come out in 6th place. Not too bad. Got a good gap here on Bobby Labonte. And you're at 3 minutes 28 seconds. That is exactly the amount of time, 8 laps, to get this to the end. He just did it. Earnhardt's got to be thinking just curses right now. Can't believe this one got away from him. Will still be an incredible finish when it's said and done. He should get away with 2nd here, but we do still have a half hour left in this race. And it's not set in stone that Gordon makes it to the finish. It's just very likely. And you see Gordon out there coming into the first chicane. Well, Earnhardt enters the 2nd chicane. Earnhardt has another 3.5 laps on this stint, so he can afford that much more and take less fuel when he does come in. I think that is definitely something to consider for Earnhardt's team. Meanwhile, Bill Elliott and Rusty Wallace, they're 6 laps in already. They'll be pitting, if not this lap, then the next lap. Seems like Kurt Busch falling back a bit to Rusty Wallace. Let's check lap times. Yeah, about a 2nd difference there. So Rusty looking quick at the end of his run. Just under 30 minutes remain now. The time is 9. Mentioned the witching hour not long ago. It is a heavy witching hour here today. Mentioned Earnhardt actually with a DNF last week at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Looking to rebound. And doing a good job of it here so far. Jeff Gordon also actually DNF'd at Charlotte Motor Speedway, ironically enough. So both these cars looking for big rebound races and double points on the line. This is exactly what they needed. Meanwhile, Kyle Busch still runs 37th. It's got to be just crushing for him. There's Bill Elliott, Kurt Busch, and Rusty Wallace. They're still both all four out on track. So nobody pit that time by. Gap is 8.1 seconds to Bill Elliott. It's continued to increase lap over lap as it's averaging about a half second quicker. Rusty's really pushing Kurt Busch at this point. Imagine Bill Elliott, Rusty Wallace, we might see them this time by. See the gaps there right on your screen. Top 6 separated by half a straightaway here at Le Mans. And pit stops still to be made by the top 5. Gap between 3rd and 4th now, less than a second. Kurt Busch, Rusty Wallace really tightened up there. And this could potentially bring Martin closer, and Jeff Gordon arrived sooner on the scene than anticipated. Gordon's still quite a ways off though, so maybe not that big of a reach, but Rusty Wallace is there. Can he make the pass? Will he try to do something different on pit stops to get by that way? It's probably his safest bet is to pit early and then hope he can get back out in front when Kurt Busch pits. Now we're watching Earnhardt. I don't think he'll pit here. Wouldn't make much sense to. He could stretch it further. But we'll keep an eye on him, and then after see what he does, we'll jump back then to Bill Elliott. Another half second added to the lead this time by. That 3 car just on a mission. So Earnhardt stays out. Bill Elliott, he's in. Now here's Rusty. Does Rusty follow Elliott? So Kurt Busch does too. Alright, so everyone in except Earnhardt. And Gordon's staying out, obviously. Trying to go to the end. So now it's Gordon and Earnhardt. At Le Mans. Kind of thought we would see Kurt Busch tried to extend it one extra lap, but he's out of his box, well ahead of Rusty Wallace, so he'll keep his spot there and see if he can hold off Rusty for the next few laps. Bobby Labonte yet to pit, up to third. Nice job. Let's see if we can find guys like Jimmie Johnson running 10th. He's good to go. Tony Stewart, he's close. I think Tony Stewart's on pit lane right now, actually. So he could not make it. Back up front, Gordon and Dale Sr., you see them both in the shot there. "27 seconds separate first and second." When pit stops occurred before, they were 33 seconds. So Gordon's got about 5 seconds on him in this last sequence. Earnhardt continues to race his race. Knows if he pits later, he can take less fuel, and it may work to his advantage. But when you're taking tires at the same time, it's not going to make too much of a difference. You can't just take 2 tires here. Probably wish you could just take fronts or rears if you need one or the other, but at this point we'll have to take all 4 or none. I think that's an option. Just get out in front of them and not let them pass. This coming Friday, I have another race in the IndyCar Legend Racing Series. That'll be at Barber Motorsports Park. Get you those results next week when we're back at Talladega on Monday. And then Friday, be at Martinsville. Be sure to tune in for those. IndyCar Legend Racing Series, of course, will not be broadcast due to licensing laws and iRacing IndyCar dispute. But we will get you the updated results after that race. See Earnhardt staying out one more lap. I like it. Push this as far as you can go. Meanwhile, Gordon ripping around here at a 4-minute .8 last time by. We'll compare lap times at the line. Currently 19 seconds up on Bill Elliott. Jeff Gordon looking like money right now. Under 20 minutes to go in this 4-hour endurance race in the Stock Car Championship Series. 4-minute 1 second .2 to a 4-minute 1 second .9. Seven tenths quicker for the 24. It's not like he's going to reach him on track, but it does open the gap. And it makes it a little more difficult for Earnhardt to short pit with fueling less to make it to the end and try to get out in front of Gordon. The more he cuts into that margin, the harder it is for him to try to stay out in front. This should be the time we see the 3-car in, though. We have seen him go 9 laps on a few occasions, so you could try to stretch it and then really go short fuel. But the risk of losing even more time, unfortunately. Nice chicane for Earnhardt. He even got a little bit of a gap built by a few tenths through there. That was well done. Gordon's tires coming back to earth a bit. Got the first 3 laps worn off on him. And so this is what I'm talking about with Earnhardt. Gordon's tires are worn out. Earnhardt is not losing time. Short fuel. Get it back out. See if you can stay in front of Gordon. He'll definitely stay in front of Elliott regardless. And the gap to Gordon, in fact, even growing. The delta for pit stops, I think, is about 38, 39 seconds. So Gordon definitely within that range to make the pass in pit lane. If you skip the tires and only take, say, 7 seconds worth of fuel, you'll get out in front. What does Earnhardt do this time by? Slowly approaching 15 to go. And by 15, I mean 15 minutes. It is almost the end of this race. And Earnhardt stays out one more lap. He's going to push it for the 9. Let's see what happens. Does it work out in Earnhardt's favor? And I'm serious about not taking tires. I think it is the right call. Huge gaps have formed throughout the whole field. We got a whole mix of drivers from top to bottom. Everyone really got shuffled up in that caution we had, and with the incidents that ensued. Much has kind of figured itself out, but we got a lot of guys that are, typically towards the front, running about 15th to 25th. The gap to Gordon, 27.5 seconds. And it's growing. Not a ton, but, Gordon is not cutting into this lead at all. And we have 15 minutes to go. That is less than 4 laps here at Le Mans. It's all coming down to this pit stop with this car. Will he be able to get it done quick enough to get himself in and out in front of the 24 of Jeff Gordon? Harry Gant's up the track about 10 seconds. Not going to be a problem for Earnhardt, as he will have to pit. The time dwindling. Out of Indy. 27.3, still the gap. It's maintained. Gordon, he's now hitting Indianapolis. Even if Earnhardt takes just fuel, I'm not sure there's really enough time even. He would lose the lead even on pit lane. I just don't see how this can work for Earnhardt. He's really gave it a valiant effort here. Looking at pit lane. Right at 12.5 minutes to go. Hustling it through. And hits the speed limiter. Gordon now. Final set of corners before he gets to the final 2 chicanes. Earnhardt still not to his box. Finally there. What does he do? Fuel and go. But gets out behind Jeff Gordon. Just not quite quick enough. It was a good try, but fuel only 6.3 back. I don't know if he has enough time. Yeah, there's no way, I don't think. 6 seconds the gap with 12 minutes to go. Need half a second a lap. But now it's also, can Jeff Gordon make it to the finish? Car covered in all the excess rubber throughout the day. There's the difference, about a chicane. 6.1 as they exit the corner. Earnhardt did not take tires, so kept those babies warm. Bill Elliott third, Kurt Busch in fourth, Rusty Wallace fifth. Look at the battle here for fourth. Rusty got back to Kurt Busch again, so gonna make his life a little difficult for the end of the race. Mark Martin's in sixth on his own, and there's the gap between first and second. Under 10 minutes now. I imagine we'll get 2 to go at the line. What a run for the 24 car who led much of the early part of this race. It wasn't until a caution came out that really threw his whole race into turmoil. Had to really claw back and make the strategy work just by the skin of his teeth. Top 10 right now is Jeff Gordon, Dale Earnhardt Sr., Bill Elliott, Kurt Busch, Rusty Wallace, Mark Martin. Then you got Denny Hamlin and Jimmie Johnson, Bobby Labonte in 9th, and Kevin Harvick 10th, just at 1 minute 1 second out of the lead. So 1 minute separating the top 10 here at Le Mans. Still 6 seconds, not seeing the advancement that we need to see from the 3 car in order to make this a race at the finish. And by half a second a lap, I meant half a second, a minute. And he's not getting there. 5.9, so he's got a 10th off here. Anything can happen though, and Gordon is close on fuel. I saw him overshoot Indy not too long ago. Yeah, that should be 2 to go. Get the white flag next time by. First and second separated by a straightaway. Approaching 2 p.m. local time. A little cloud cover. Light clouds here in the afternoon. Rusty Wallace was able to get by Kurt Busch for 4th. Big move there. And closing out this race, Jeff Gordon in incredible style, maintaining that 6-second lead, has not changed since Earnhardt left pit lane. The gap, 3rd place in the very far back, Bill Elliott, and even got 4th and 5th back there with Rusty and Kurt Busch. Martin over the hill. Gordon, however, through the 2nd chicane. Can barely even catch a glimpse of Earnhardt in his rearview mirror. But I'm sure he's not even looking that way as everything's in front of him. Jeff Gordon getting down to the final couple laps of this race. Will we see the white flag? Nicely done there. On his line, hit his marks. Tires are going to be a little older at this point for Gordon, so got to keep that in mind. Do not overdrive the car. This potentially could be Gordon's 3rd win on the season, which would tie Kyle Larson for most on the year. Yeah, we are under 5 minutes to go, under 4.5 even. Lap times currently running at 4:01. Provided we are at 3:56 when we cross the line, I think this is it. Gap remains. Oh, I thought he was pitting for a second. Whew. 5.8 now to Dale Earnhardt Sr. Gordon, final corner. Gonna take the white flag. Here we go. White flag in the air. Can Gordon make it around for one more lap? Does he have enough fuel? A little out of shape into one. Gets it back under control. Earnhardt still ways off the pace. Not so much the pace, but just not able to close the gap. But 6 seconds. And I apologize for the connection issue there. And of course that happens in the Final lap of a 4-hour race, but Gordon through the first of 2 chicanes down the back straightaway. Everything clear so far. Earnhardt's still looking good. You have to worry about his fuel mileage. I know they put gas in, but they did it quickly, hastily. Hopefully they got enough in there for this long final lap. You see Kurt Busch and Rusty Wallace still side by side back there for 4th. Great race. We'll try to check that out for the finish. But Gordon closing out an incredible day. Down the Mulsanne stretch for the final time. Gonna be the hairpin, and then it's basically home free. A few lefts and rights. I'd say a handful each. About 5 lefts and 5 rights, and you're home. Down this long straightaway to Indianapolis. 5.5 the gap. Gordon not worried about it. Kurt Busch back by Rusty Wallace. Unreal. Everything to the book here for Jeff Gordon. That's exactly how you need to do it, especially at Le Mans. 24 team gonna be through the roof here. Huge statement win. And this will certainly, I think, put him in the top 5 in points and make him a real threat the rest of the way. Winning these double point races are no joke. And only 1 DNF on the season. That was last week at Charlotte Motor Speedway. He returns here at Le Mans and is going to put together one of the biggest wins of his career. 4 hours at Le Mans. Jeff Gordon through the Ford chicanes. Keep it together. Earnhardt Sr. 6 seconds back. Here's your winner at Le Mans. It's Jeff Gordon in the 24 Hendrick Motorsports machine. Dale Sr. coming home 2nd. What a race. Here's a battle for 4th. Door to door through the Porsche curves. Unbelievable. Not giving an inch either driver. Down to what will be the final corners. Rusty has to back out, and Kurt Busch is going to take 5th. Or 4th, sorry. While Mark Martin closed in quickly on these two. Kurt Busch is going to get 4th. What a finish there. And here's your winner again, Jeff Gordon. What a job well done for the 24 team. Led an hour and a half of this race and then switched it back and forth with Earnhardt for I'd say the last 45 minutes to an hour. Gets the win. Well deserved. And do wonders for his championship hopes. Kyle Busch, on the other hand, gonna feel the pain from this one. He is gonna probably end up with about 10 points on the day. Our other double points race for Kyle Busch wasn't that great either. Incredible job for Jeff Gordon with the win. 4-hour endurance race in the books here at Le Mans. A few cars still circling the track and finishing up the race, so we'll let them do that. In the meantime, I am going to sign off here. Gordon with the win, Earnhardt 3rd, Bill Elliott, Jeff Gordon with the win, Earnhardt Sr. 2nd, Bill Elliott 3rd. We will be back on Monday for Talladega. Be sure to tune in for that. We will be taking a week break at some point. It may be next week. I don't think it will be, but just keep an eye on that. Other than that, thank you again, everyone, for tuning in. Your winner, Jeff Gordon, here at Le Mans. Double points win. Huge for the season. I'll see you next time.